Calling the meeting to order. Roll call. Maria Opara, I'm here. Rick Raleigh.
Here.
Gary Arce.
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Dennis Bender is out. Um, Chief, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I
I
pledge
pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Chief. You never know who I'm gonna grab. What is this? Kylie, do we have any public comments pertaining to closed session?
We do not.
Okay. For closed session, these are the items we're going to discuss. Superintendent's evaluation, pupil personnel expulsion case, expulsion number 6/24/25 through expulsion number 12/24/25, admission case AD 2/24/25, and expungement of expulsion case, expulsion number 13/21/22. Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, current litigation, 11 cases. CIVDS 2011183, CIVSB 2111 303, 2220303, 2218676, 2314073, 2322171, 2412359, 2412687, 2321161, 2404404, and CIVVS 2400289. Government Code Section 54954.5 subsection C and 54956.9 subsection D, and subsection E, and subsection I. Anticipated litigation, one case, 2020-2105. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated, and classified employees. Number 5, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated, and classified employees. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison, employee in the organization Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Number 7, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Christine Dupree, employee organization California School Employees Association. Number 8, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiating parties Matthew Schellenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. Security matters, Government Code 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. And I ask for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll be back shortly.
Cool hat. I like that.
Calling the meeting to order. Roll call, Maria Okpara, I'm here. Rick Raleigh,
Here.
Gary Arcee, Amanda Buchanan,
Here.
Dennis Bender is out. Wyatt, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Wyatt. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports our educational partners' input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public and on civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matter not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as your board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting or that disrupts the board's ability to conduct the business of the board. Once again, thank you very much for taking your time to join us this evening and to be a participant in this duty of serving our students and our educational community. At this time, we're going to ask for student representatives. High Desert Premier Gianna Perez.
All right, I know I'm short, but come on. Good evening. Good evening, President Okpara, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, and Apple Valley Unified staff, students, families, and community members. I hope everyone had a restful Thanksgiving break and are looking forward to the upcoming winter break. We are all looking forward to the last week of semester one. I know that many of our students, including myself, want to say thank you to Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Ortiz for always being there after school to help students with tutoring and showing these students that they can succeed. Finals are next week, and the kids at HDPA are more than ready. A big shout out to all the students graduating this month and those that are returning back to Apple and or Granite. We will miss all of you. Many of our students have worked hard to meet their goals in order to go back to their home schools. Today, the counselor from Apple Valley High School came to HDPA to help students who are returning second semester with their class choices. Thank you to them. Our history teacher, Mr. Holgreave, has been busy. He wanted me to share that his big final is coming up. He's not even there, but World History students will model the United Nations Mock Paris Peace Conference. Students will represent the different countries after World War I and come to an agreement on recreating hopefully a better Versailles Treaty. Good luck. He also wanted to share that last month, 8 students represented HDPA at the annual Mayor's Youth Leadership Conference, where they met up with the mayor and the town council and worked in groups with other schools to make proposals for real-life issues that they have seen in the community. This was some awesome experiences and encouraged students to be more involved in civic engagements. This is something that I really wanted to be a part in, but I'm a senior, so I was not able to attend. When we return back from break, golf club will begin. Last year, it was a hit, and Mr. Gonzalez is looking forward to starting it up again. Also in January, our counselors will begin their anti-vaping and drug awareness presentations in each class. Real quick, I just wanted to give a shout out to the board and thank you for all the things you have done for HCPA and the district. We really appreciate your time and dedication to our community these last few years. We hope you have an amazing break. Happy holidays, and I look forward to seeing some of you next month.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gianna. Granite Hills High School, Hannah Forget.
Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, and attendees. My name is Hannah Forget, and I'm the ASB Governing Council President at Granite Hills High School. To begin, ASB is continuing to fundraise for both prom and grad night. We have another Wingstop fundraiser next Monday, the 16th, from 4 to 8. All you have to do is show the flyer or mention the class of 2025. ASB is working hard to get winter formal. This year's theme is Meet Me at Midnight, and it will take place on January 18th. The class of 2027 is working very hard to plan this dance. We also have a Spirit Week next week for finals week. Link Crew is currently hosting Cook and Creme for our freshmen today and tomorrow. Link Crew leaders are available to tutor the freshman class in English, math, science, and foreign languages to help them prepare for finals. Mock Trial brought home a second win from round 3, and we had our final competition last night against Redlands Team White. If we won last night, we have a chance of moving on to semifinals for the first time in Granite Hills history. Regardless of the overall results, I'm extremely proud of the team. We are currently second in the High Desert and 5th in San Bernardino County. Theater began rehearsals for last Friday for the next production of Les Mis. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but we're all excited. And I am in this one. On Tuesday, 65 Granite Hills High School and AVUSD attended the Cal State University San Bernardino Instant and Midday. At this event, all students who attended a tour and instant admission to the university. Their hard work and dedication. Last week, Camp 1, 2, and 3 sold out completely, and our dancers did an incredible job. This week, we have all of our holiday concerts. This was Monday, local guitar, and tonight, with live stream tomorrow on campus. All staff are encouraged and welcome to come and make a donation. It's fine. MedCorps will be hosting a blood drive in partnership with Livestream tomorrow on the Granite Hills campus. All staff are welcomed and encouraged to come and donate. Granite Hills also hosted 2 MDCP competitions on Tuesday with our baking students competing in Sweet Genius and our SCADA students hackathon. Congratulations to Hayden Rice, who was on the winning team for the hackathon. We were also approved for the Every 15 Minutes program grant and are excited to put on that event again this year. We also had our mid-cycle WASC visit today, and it went very well. Granite was recognized for our work in supporting students with SEL and mental health, as well as increasing achievement through the implementation of AVID and Kagan strategies. We appreciate the support from Mrs. Nelson, Mr. Slosher, and all of the board members. The winter sports season is upon us, and Granite is excited to showcase to the community all of the hard work that both the student athletes and the coaches put on during the off-season. Our boys and girls soccer programs look to repeat as DFL champions and have started off their seasons very strong. Both our boys and girls basketball programs are full of youthful energy, and both programs are improving each day as we approach Desert Sky League. Boys and girls wrestling programs have been hard at work, and the student athletes have had great success at individual tournaments and team duels. We are excited to see our girls water polo team back in the pool as they brace the elements, and they are what we consider the toughest kids we have on our campus. It's been a great start to this winter season, and we are excited to get league games starting in early January. We thank you for your continued support of Granite Hills. We hope everyone has a wonderful and restful holiday break. As always, Maroon and Gray lead the way.
Thank you, Hannah. Apple Valley High School, Eden Piolo.
Good evening, members of the board and attendees. I'm Eden Piolo, Apple Valley High School's line president, and today I will share with you what our students and staff have been accomplishing lately, and of course, what we have been up to in December. I hope everyone had a relaxing fall break because I know our athletes did. Before our break, football played in the Division IV semifinals against St. Bonaventure, and it was very intense. Although we didn't get the outcome we wanted, it was still a good game that reminded us of our Sun Devil pride. While the fall sports have ended, I would like to say that this year has been filled with many thrilling games where our athletes have excelled so much more than before. And it was very pleasant and very exciting to watching all of them play. We are so proud of our athletes and how hard they have worked to get to where they are. I would also like to mention our senior athletes who have signed to the desired colleges, like Cal Poly SLO, Cal State Fresno, and many outstanding schools. We can't wait to see them excel in college as well, and can't also forget all the sports who are playing in season right now, which is basketball, soccer, wrestling, and even though their season just started, they've been doing very well so far, and we can't wait to see how far they go this year. As for CTE programs, they've always do amazing things. MAST had 11 students who are newly certified nursing assistants. We are so proud of these students who are taking the first step into their careers. Recently, MAST, the Senior Medical Explorers, had an opportunity to shadow some medical departments where they got to see equipment used and to get a feel of what it's like to be in the medical environment. As for our EMR students, they have participated in a mass casualty incident drill that got them to think and get a feel of how it is on the job. Now for our Sun Devil Actors Guild. They have been working so hard on playing those roles very well. Last week, our Sun Devils Actors Guild students put on a Christmas Carol show where they have been rehearsing for about up 2 months now, which in my opinion, all that work paid off because sadly I didn't get to see one of their shows. I did see their teasers, which I enjoyed. It was very wonderful to see how well their show is going. And now if you weren't able to attend the Christmas Carol, don't worry. You still can attend our other shows from our Sun Devils. Our Sun Station is having a choir desert theater tomorrow at 6 p.m., Saturday at 2 p.m., 6 p.m., and at Sunday at 2 p.m. And lastly, for ASB, we are selling holiday grams for our students during lunch this week. We will be selling snowman grams for $5 and candy grams for $1. And this is a good way to spread the holiday cheer before finals week. And we are ending the semester very soon, which is very exciting because we are heading to a new year with many incredible achievements from our students. It was very pleasing to see to the eye to watch our Devils succeed academically, athletically, and just to see them get involved in our school environment by joining clubs or just going to games to support our teams. No matter what each student does on campus, we're very proud of them and how hard they have worked this semester. We cannot wait to see all that they will do in the upcoming year. And there are so many exciting things happening at Apple Valley High School, and I want to thank you all for your continued support. We couldn't give our students any of these incredible opportunities without you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful and fulfilling holiday, and if you get all the presents from Santa this year.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Board comments? Dennis Bender is not here. Amanda Buchanan?
All right, thank you. So good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin by highlighting the many wonderful events and achievements across our district over the past month. First, I had the pleasure of attending the Addams Family Musical at Granite with my daughters, and we loved it. Like, it was phenomenal. So congratulations to the cast, the crew, the staff that made it happen. It was fantastic. I also wanted to congratulate Apple Valley High School's football team for an incredible season, making it all the way to the CIF semifinals. And it was cold out there watching the games. I don't know what it was. Those nights were cold, but they were fantastic. But what a remarkable accomplishment and testament to the hard work of the players, but also the coaching staff. Another achievement was celebrating the 65 outstanding seniors from our district who received that guaranteed admission to Cal State San Bernardino. That's just fantastic because, they already have an option and it's not even close to the end of the year. And it just really shows, it exemplifies the excellence that we're putting out there from Apple Valley. I also attended the Shock graduation where 11 students and parents, and parents because they're involved, successfully completed that program. And just witnessing the pride in those students' faces as they overcame those challenges. It was a testament to the power of perseverance and support of their families and staff. I wanted to recognize the Granite Hills Choir for their phenomenal performance of the national anthem at the town council meeting earlier this week. And their talent and professionalism are always outstanding, but they represented our district beautifully. Last week, I had the privilege of attending CSBA's annual education conference with President Akbara, our two newly elected trustees, the superintendent, and the cabinet. It was a very valuable opportunity to learn, share ideas, and prepare for the work ahead as we continue to serve our students and community. One suggestion that was provided in a session regarding charter schools was the recommendation of inviting a charter school that we authorized to come speak to the board meeting to provide their authorizers with any information regarding their school or progress towards areas of concern identified previously. So that might be something we want to consider discussing at some point. I think it would be nice to just make an annual update and see how they're progressing since we are their charter authorizers. Looking forward, I'm excited about the upcoming holiday performances across the district. These events always showcase the creativity and talent of our students. I love looking at my calendar and seeing all of the different things, but it's like you want to be at them all. And there's just so many. So I'm going to try to get to as many that my schedule will allow. Before I close, I wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to our two trustees who are going to be leaving the board after this meeting. So, Mr. Arce, thank you for your dedication over the past 2 years and for bringing your valuable experience as a former teacher in our district to this role. And then Mr. Bender, who could not join us tonight, has served on the board since 2008 and was also a teacher in our district. His longstanding commitment to our students and community has been extraordinary, and frankly, I will deeply miss his candid and colorful stories that brought so much laughter and camaraderie to all of our work together. Both of you have left a lasting impact on our district, and we thank you for your service and dedication. You will be greatly missed. Thank you, and as always, it's an honor to serve our students, staff, and community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Arce?
I'd just like to offer my congratulations to the students for their outstanding achievement and progress and success this semester. I also want to wish our high school students the best of luck on your final exams this coming week. I know you're going to do fantastic, and all of your studying and preparation and hard work is going to come through, I know. And lastly, just want to offer my prayers and hopes for a very safe and a refreshing Christmas break for all the students and staff, and pray that you come back in January refreshed and ready to go and ready to accomplish even more greater things this next semester when we come back in January. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arce. Mr. Raleigh?
Well, I want to recognize somebody that most people might not recognize who she is, but Zoe. I'll put you on the spot. She does a lot. You can stand up and take a bow. She is our PIO department, runs our PIO department. And I'm not aware of any other district that has so many postings on social media of what's going on in the district. Every day I'm not a Facebook junkie, but I do look at it. And it always pops up about some program somewhere, either Rio or Apple High or Yakima, one of the schools. And it really highlights it in a great way. And people just probably aren't aware of how it gets there, but there she is. So I just wanted to say thanks, Zoe, for the good work that you do. And I know we're going to recognize outgoing President Maria Okpara, Mr. Gary Arce and Mr. Dennis Bender, but since they're both sitting, two of them are sitting next to me, I wanted to talk to them about that now. First with Gary, it was such a great honor to sit here with you for these last 2 years. If some of you don't know, Gary taught in the district for roughly 30 years plus and taught at Apple. He is a geologist, and you can get a job or landman looking for oil. But yes, that's what you did for a while, right? Yes. Okay. So here we have our own personal landman. But you did bring such a wealth of knowledge to the board, and I really appreciate your friendship and the honor that you brought here. And Maria, again, ran these flawless meetings as president. It's not easy to keep order and to be professional at all times, but you did a very outstanding job with that, and I wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And we've got a couple more years together, so we won't
Yep.
say goodbye yet. So anyway, with that, I'll pass it on to you. So thank you, and everybody have God bless and have a great
We'll be here
holiday
next-
season.
We'll be here next week.
We'll be here next week.
Well, it comes to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve the community for as long as I have. As you all know, I don't have children in this district anymore, so your children are mine, and I serve them with the utmost pride. And I make sure that they are happy at all times, even if I have to be silly around them. But before I say my last comment, I have to also concur with Mr. Raleigh about the incredible work that Zoe does for our district. And sometimes I see the post and I think I should have been there. But I still like every one of those posts. Some of them I steal the pictures because they give my heart joy. When I steal them, I put them in a place where I can go back and look. I have to say thank you to Gary, Mr. RC. For a while there, we sat next to each other, and what most people didn't know was that before every board meeting, we will pause to say a prayer. And we ask God to guide our thoughts and guide our behavior here to better serve the kids. So for that, thank you. In terms of Mr. Bender, I don't know where to start because he's like my big brother, my big friend, the person who teaches me the language that I need to learn in order to be successful, and I truly will miss him moving forward. But I also want to take the time to thank the people that have worked hard to serve our kids in this district. Sometimes when you go outside, you see beautiful flowers and you see trees that are well pruned. You see the greenery. And what you don't understand is that under those trees, there's a root. And that root are those people who clean our tables, who feed our children, who drive our children to school and back, who support our children in our schools, who are in the offices to greet us, even when when we're so unhappy, but they help us to calm down. And then we have those administrators who come in and day out, and knowing that they're going to put out some fires and they're going to play nurse, they're going to play attorney, they're going to play any of those things. But sometimes we don't remember to thank them. And I want to take this opportunity before I step down next week, because I don't step down this week, I wait till next week. But before I step down next week, I want to take the opportunity to say to each and every one of the students, thank you. You have made my day. And for that, it was well worth it. Mrs. Nelson.
Gianna, Hannah, and Eden, always a pleasure to hear what's going on from your perspective on your campuses. And it won't be any surprise that I repeat some of the things that have already been said here and here. But we all really enjoy the things that we get to see on your campuses. Time has flown since our last board meeting, and while it would take me all evening to share the phenomenal things our students and staff are doing, I will have to just grab a few highlights. Our students participate in the Mayor's Youth Leadership Summit. As you heard before, it is an annual program where our juniors participate. They learn about the engagement of our town officials and what the things they have to deal with, budget, complaints, concerns, and they learn about all the different departments that take place in this town. The mayor pro tem is currently volunteering his time to support a club at Apple Valley High School. It's called the Political Illiteracy Club, founded by AVHS student Katrina Pickett. And we really appreciate that engagement as well. It's twofold. They want to show the kids, but they also come into the schools and support. I too attended the Addams Family Musical. You heard at last board meeting, I was taking Mr. Nelson on a date. We loved everything about that musical. Every student, every cast member, every crew member alongside their teacher, Mrs. Gleason, provided an amazing performance. Probably, I'm going to say, one of the best that I have seen so far, and I always say that. They are wonderful. However, there was this moment when I looked over at my husband and I said, it's one thing to sing and dance, and they did it well. It's quite another thing to play the role of Gomez and use an accent to speak and sing. And if you didn't see it, one of our students pulled that off, and Benjamin just did an amazing job. So I wanted to call it out, and bravo on such an amazing thing. I look forward to seeing Les Mis. Last week, I participated alongside our board members at the California School Boards Association Annual Education Conference. Every session was well planned, and this year's keynote speakers seem to be above par in any of the other past general sessions. They focused on happiness and artificial intelligence. Dr. Lori Santos from Yale, a Yale professor, shared fascinating research around happiness and productivity. And she said that lots of people believe that if you're more productive, you're happier. And really, it's the other way around. If you're happy, you're more productive. And so she's given us access to a program that she offers adults and students for free. And we're going to take some time to review that and get that out to people because it's pretty interesting. And she filled a lecture hall with 1,200 students the first year she ran this course. Both the AI presenters highlighted the importance of utilizing AI for efficiency as well as new ways to support our teachers and our students. And so we look forward to not being afraid of AI, but embracing it and seeing how it can impact our school district. I also attended the Cal State San Bernardino Education Summit. They continue to be an outstanding partner for our school district, both in producing prepared teachers and in supporting our students. This past summer, they launched the first time something called the Coyote Blue program, which was hosted here in Apple Valley, right here on this property, and they allowed our students and those in our neighboring district access to college courses for credit. It was overwhelmingly just amazing, and the fact that they'd come and they'd meet with us, and the provost showed up to do the celebration. That's something to be said. Recently, they also toured our families from our African American Parent Advisory Committee. And while our school district, Mariana Torres, happened to be walking with somebody and heard this statement, that they mentioned a program that they were beginning for guaranteed admission for our students or for students who qualify through the California College Guidance Initiative. Well, those of you that know Ms. Torres know that if there's anything thrown out that she can grab, she's going to. And so she said, when can we come? How can we do this? We're in CCGI and we are maximizing this. So we had 70 students that were invited, 65 got to attend just for the day that it was, both from Apple Valley High School and Granite Hills High School. Hannah happened to be there. They attended as what they thought was a tour. And the provost was there and called a couple students up on stage to play a game, and they said, whoever wins this game gets guaranteed admission. Well, Hannah was the winner. And Hannah got guaranteed admission. But while I wasn't there to see the announcement, they also called their counselors up on stage and they handed off the acceptance letter for all 65 students that were in attendance. And yeah, that's an amazing thing. I was there shortly after. I took the stage. I congratulated our seniors. And I shared with them that I was a proud CSUSB alumni and that they produced a superintendent, and I expected to see a lot of them in amazing positions in the future. And so to not have to worry about whether you're going to get an acceptance letter or not. These kids are ready and they know it. And we aren't afraid to ask. Mariana was standing near me, so I was a little bolder. I said, is this a one-time thing? Or are we in for next year? And they said, oh no, we're going to keep doing this. So it won't be quite so top secret. We're going to have to figure out how to surprise these kids in the future, but really kind of fun. We are only the second district that has participated following San Bernardino City Unified School District. So we're excited about the future and the possibilities. I know the only reason I would be late to such an event is because Hannah mentioned it as well. The Mountain Desert Career Pathways held their Sweet Genius Baking Competition and the hackathon. I went to Granite Hills High School first, went to both of the competitions just to see kids, and then drove down the hill. Mr. Slosser and I went down and made it back up for awards for the Sweet Genius, and I ate a lot of sweets. Ms. Okpara stopped by and I was having a sugar crash at about 4 p.m. because I ate it all. Barstow took home the trophy, but the really amazing thing is these kids are given a task. They're told what kinds of recipes they have to do, and then they create, but they're given 2 secret ingredients. They can either choose from peppermint this time or cucumber. The Apple Valley High School students are the only students in the entire competition that made a recipe with the cucumber in it. An entire cucumber put into an apple-filled donut, and I'm going to tell you it was delicious. So I think they should have won just because of that. But the cheesecake that Granite Hills provided me was pretty amazing too, and I ate it all. So congratulations to all. Barstow did take the trophy for the 2nd year in a row. So we've got some competition ahead of us, and we're going to cheer them on, and they're going to cheer us on. The board did ask for a community schools update, and we are working through that request. We have agendized it for the January 6th board meeting. That's a special board meeting so that all board members that are seated will be available for that. And just wanted to keep everybody posted on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Union representatives, California School Employees Association, CSEA, Nicholas Garrett. He's not here. I'm sure he's thinking about us. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, AVUTA, Karen Sabers.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, and audience. I hope everyone is doing well this evening. Last Tuesday, we had a great time handing out gloves for all ages and Play-Doh with Christmas cookie cutters at the Apple Valley Christmas tree lighting. It was nice to see our community schools table there as well. Mr. Slosher, Mr. Conrad, and Mr. Schulenberg all came by our table to show us support, and we also visited their table to show them support. It's always nice when we can support each other. And since we're mentioning Tim this evening, Tim was able to help them bring in their items and break down boxes. So good job, Tim. Update on insurance. So we had our High Desert Trust meeting on December 3rd. Some takeaways worth mentioning or not are that ER visits are up by 5% at 172 visits per 1,000, and mental health, which is not surprising, increased by 16%, having 1,059 visits per 1,000. Our Kaiser usage is trending better than the industry usage, which could result in better rates next year. However, our Aetna usage is higher, which does not look good for those rate renewals. Those rates will not be available until late January. At this point with the trust, we only have 2 options, which are not great: staying with Aetna or moving to the Pareto self-funded model, which comes with a risk. They did go out to see if others would give us a quote, and we were denied by Anthem Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Cigna, HealthNet, and UHC. Additionally, we received the quotes from Viva and REAP. We are just waiting for the district to set the meeting with the bargaining units to review those quotes. With that being said, we are really in a time crunch due to the retirement incentive being offered. There are many teachers that are excited about the possibility of the retirement incentive through PARS. However, they are concerned because they need to choose a retirement plan by January 15th. This is difficult to do when they do not have an idea of what their medical insurance will be costing next year. It is very important that our health insurance for next year is finalized quickly. AVUSD feels that our best option at this point seems to be CalPERS. The good thing that's come out of all of this is that we've been able to work closer in relationship with CSEA, so I'd like to acknowledge them. We appreciate the relationship that we have developed with them over the last year and this year, and we look forward to continuing to work closely with them on the community schools and the insurance, and we look forward to continuing to build that relationship between our two units. AVUSD would like to thank Gary Arce and Dennis Bender for your service and dedication to the AVUS School Board. We appreciate your service. AVUSD would also like to congratulate our newly elected board members, Anita Tucker and Renee Longshore, as they embark on this important journey of service and leadership. Anita and Renee, your election is a reflection of the confidence and trust that our community has placed in you. It is also a recognition of your passion, dedication, and commitment to making a meaningful difference in the lives of our students, teachers, classified staff, and families. Serving on the board is no small task. It requires vision, collaboration, and an unwavering dedication to the success of our schools. Once again, congratulations to Anita and Renee on this well-deserved achievement. We look forward to the leadership, insight, and dedication you will bring to our schools. Together, we will continue to build a brighter future for every student in Apple Valley Unified School District. Welcome to our AVUSD family. And just an FYI, one of our teachers, John Britt, and his wife have opened up the 21st Amendment Creamery and Bakery across from the Apple Valley Post Office. I'm not going to say how many times I've been there already, but that everything that they make is delicious. Thank you all, and have a wonderful winter break. In solidarity, Karen.
The clerk will read out any action taken in closed session.
Wait for that green light. There it goes. Okay, in closed session, the board made the following decisions. First one is on B4, public employee discipline dismissal. On a motion by Okpara, second by Buchanan, the Board of Trustees approved a memorandum of agreement with the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 828, dated November 8, 2024, regarding the voluntary demotion of employee number 7967, and that was a unanimous vote. Number 2, on a motion by Arce, second by Raleigh, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Appoint Michael McNeil as Executive Assistant Range 37, Step 3 on the Classified Management Salary Schedule 256, base duty days effective December 2nd, 2024. The vote was unanimous. There she is. Welcome aboard. Item 3, on a motion by Buchanan and a second by Okpara, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Appoint Abdul Zelini Elkbad as Nutrition Services Field Supervisor Range 41, Step 1 on the classified management salary schedule, 256 base duty days effective December 10th, 2024. The vote was unanimous.
Thank you.
So you're from Sweden? Welcome. Good to have you. On item 4, on a motion by Okpara, seconded by Arce, the Board of Trustees appointed the following. Appoint Yvette Fairfield as Nutrition Services Field Supervisor, Range 41, Step 1 on the classified management salary schedule, 256 base duty days effective December 10th, 2024. The vote was unanimous.
I do want to say that we released her from being here tonight because she's helping her husband who had surgery.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have, Madam President.
Thank you very much. The board may approve the agenda as is or add and or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and or action. I need a motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Recognition presentation. Took a deep breath for that. Yeah, we need to tell.
Mariana's making her way to the front. She's going to take over the screen. There'll be some images with some data on the screen behind you, arrayed for the board to see. And I'll just kind of turn this over. She's got some wonderful information to share.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. Good evening, community. Good evening, everyone. This has been an amazing week. We started with a community schools gathering. We moved into Cal State San Bernardino. And today I get the pleasure of doing this dedication, which has been many years in the making. As I was sitting over here talking to Leslie right now, we were like, what year did we meet? Was it like 2010 or something like that when we were at Granite together? So it is pretty cool that a chance encounter in PTSO led to a lot of the work, also with Ms. Hall and with everyone that you never know the way that kind of life turns. But tonight's presentation has really a lot to do with the work that we have been doing around our food pantry. And I have some numbers up there, and it's not for me to read to you as much as is for you when you look at that to realize that those are families. Those are not individuals. Those are families that we serve. We started with 50 boxes and not knowing what we were doing. And we have now come to our pretty much our fourth year. We're in that right now, in which we're serving 160 to 180 families every Friday that school is in session. And we do so with nutritious, fresh fruit, stable food that also our workability students over at Apple Valley High School come over here and make sure that we have 200 bags put together before what we get from Second Chance Harvest. I put the information up there more than anything because you're going to see it all over the place, but we want to make sure that if you know that there is someone in need, we have this set up. This works, and we are putting up in a week about 200 hours of community work in order to make sure that we're ready from 1 to 3 p.m. to go ahead and serve our families in an efficient, respectful, dignified manner. So if there's a Friday in which you're thinking to yourself, there's not a lot of things to do, we have a great volunteer process that we can take you through, and we will put you to work. So I'm just saying, for those people who might not be on the board anymore or anybody else that we can get to work, but we will put them to work. With that said, everybody should know Ms. Hall, who is at Granite Hills High School and has been at actually different sites throughout our district. In 2014, she started this Harvest of Giving idea. And all the way from the beginning, the Hayes family has been there. Even before that, I remember some of the things that we were doing just to put some bags of food out there. But the Harvest of Giving sort of start was in 2014 when so much hard work went in and it started taking shape. And it's one of those things that it fills your heart the kind of a way in which when you start, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And then you're not really quite sure how big it gets. And then you go, oh my goodness. But people here in the district office volunteer, people across the district supported. We were able this year, with the help of different community agencies and with the Hayes family, we purchased 200 turkeys. We were able to put together 200 boxes, and each box was filled with enough food so that there would be at least 4 meals for 4 people inside. And so for breakfast and lunch, because we know that the kids go home for a week and we want to make sure that they have what they need. So we actually had a wait list, but we were able to meet a lot of needs and a lot of happy families. And if you were here for that, the smiles were all over the place. More than anything else, in those 10 years now, like they go by fast. Like you don't think about it. You go, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to do it again next year. 10 years have gone by, and every step of the way, Belma has been with us. If you did not have the honor of meeting her, one of the things that I wanted to share was I worked with the family because we wanted to dedicate the food pantry to her in all the work. And I need you to understand that even when she passed away, this is the type of family, all 3 generations have been here with us, have been supporting Apple Valley Unified School District Food Pantry and Family Centers. And they turned around and said, you know what? We have a lot of business friends. We have a lot of different agencies. Do me a favor. Don't send us flowers. Don't send this. Belma would want to make sure that kids and families are getting food. And so since her passing, over $72,000 have been donated in her honor so that our families could have what they need. And through Feeding America and through Second Chance Harvest, we're able to maximize that so that 100% of that goes back to our families and that we're able to provide food for 19 cents a pound versus what you're paying in the store. So all of that to say, it's really a blessing, but it's a blessing that the community is able to come together and take care of one another. So with their permission, we put something together just to sort of talk a little bit so that people would have an idea of Velma's origin story. If we're hoping that we're going to actually put a mural with this origin or legacy information to dedicate the food pantry to Belma. Belma's early life significantly influenced by her values and commitment to the Apple Valley Unified School District Food Pantry. Her experiences gave her a deep understanding of the struggles faced by those in need. Her driving her desire to help the community. As one of 14 children, she faced numerous hardships and challenges. Having experienced hunger herself, Belma was determined to ensure that families in our community would not face the same plight. Employees who work alongside Belma felt like part of her extended family as she fostered a sense of belonging and community and took care of everyone that she could along the way. It is our honor and privilege to carry on the work she passionately believed in, and an honor to be able to be part of this remarkable legacy. Her story highlights the importance of compassion, giving back, and this makes her a vital part of our organization. Each family that's receiving food from our food pantry is a testament to Belma's enduring impact and inspires others to fight against hunger. All of that to say is, if you have a chance to come see the work, participate in the work, be able to help or be able to direct anyone who needs that help. I know that Belma would be very happy to hear that. If I could have Ms. Trenae Nelson come up and join me here so that she can introduce.
I'd like the board to come to the dais, and I would like to invite the family. I'm going to say Leslie. No, bring them all. Everybody needs to come up. We'd like to recognize you publicly and continuously about this legacy that your family has provided, and you guys dedicated when Velma passed. So we are honored that you chose Apple Valley Unified School District, originally Granite Hills High School. And I'm going to let our board president and pass the plaque as the starting place until we get it put on an actual one. And so we're going to have the board members line up right here and have everybody come along and shake hands. And then Zoe's here to take pictures so that we can get it posted. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Don't go too far. We're going to get a picture right here. Center up.
Am I okay to start, Ms. Okpara?
You want me to come back up?
I would like that, yes. I think Mr. Raleigh said it when he was talking about Ms. Okpara, that he wasn't bidding her farewell. No, he's not. You still have time to serve. You're just not serving in the role of president. Ms. Okpara has been a presence in Apple Valley since 1985, when she also joined the Apple Valley Unified School District family as a teacher on this very property, Apple Valley Junior High, where she served students for 17 years as a special education teacher. She also served as an assistant principal, and coordinator within the district for 6 years. We shared space in an old property in an educational services department, and she often would ask if there were things I couldn't get to, and she'd just go. And it didn't matter how far it was or what the topic was, she'd just take the drive and bring back all the information for me. Her passion for the community and the students is still present in her work as our trustee, and she supports new teachers as an adjunct faculty at several universities. Last year at this time, she was honored at CSUSB as the Teaching Supervisor of the Year. Ms. Okpara was elected to serve on the Apple Valley Unified Board of Trustees representing Area 4 in 2018. And since becoming a member of the Board of Trustees, she has served as president of the board in both 2021 and this past year, 2024. Ms. Okpara is a graduate of California School Boards Association Masters in Governance program, equipping local education agencies with the knowledge and skills to build and support effective governance structures. We appreciate her service as board president this past year and her focus on the children of the Apple Valley Unified School District. Thank you.
All right. If you were here last year, we started a new tradition and we wanted to go ahead and honor our past board president with a gift. So this is from your board. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. Can the two new board members come up for a picture as well? Get join in. Go all together. It's nice. Well, you can put, you're welcome to.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting the other gift. I knew something was coming. And through the years, I keep saying, I gotta get the apple that is on the gateway going into Victorville. So every year I keep hoping I'll get it, but this year I didn't get it yet. So I'm hoping at some point I'll get it. But I wanted to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you, the principals who let me show up on your campuses, the children who let me be silly, the cabinet that lets me play around with whatever it is that they're doing, and the learning curve that they send me through. I do believe that knowledge is like a thick forest. You really can cover every inch of it. So at every point in my life, I'm constantly trying to figure out something new coming through. When I was a teacher, I told my students that although I am their teacher, they're also teaching me. So I need to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. And I'm truly, truly humbled and thankful and grateful that Apple Valley has given me a space where they actually do see me, where I come from. We don't tell people good morning, we tell them, I see you. So Apple Valley has actually seen me, and I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to figure out how to get one of those apples. I don't have one either. If I can have the board join us back up here along with Mr. Arce. I've got a little history about Mr. Arce here. Mr. Gary Arce was born in Fairbanks, Alaska, and raised in Southern California. He's been a high desert resident for over 30 years and one of my neighbors. He spent 35 years as a high school science teacher and 31 years at Apple Valley High School before retiring in 2021. He also served as a high school soccer and swim coach. He has over 20 years of experience as a geology instructor at UC Riverside. Mr. Arce received his Bachelor of Science degree from UCLA and a Master's of Science degree from the University of Alaska. He's talked to my husband about the fishing there, and it's piqued his interest. Mr. Arce was elected to the Apple Valley Unified School Board of Trustees in 2022 for a 2-year term serving Area 1, and was one of 2 board members who participated in our ethnic studies community meetings facilitated by our County Office of Education. We were fortunate to learn alongside our students, parents, and staff about the options and intent of the courses. Through building understanding of the options, the committee came to consensus, and currently teachers are working on the course curriculum, which in the future will come back to the board after public review for adoption. And we think you should come back and be part of that audience when that happens, because you were such a part of the decision on what we were doing. Mr. Arce and his wife Brenda have modeled what a retirement should look like. Even though he's been a board member, they are active in their church community as leaders, as well as doing things they love, like travel, scuba diving, and really anything that gets them outdoors. Their love for each other, their children, and their grandson is always apparent. I look forward to staying in touch and hearing about their incredible travel excursions. And I understand, I just heard, Antarctica is next. So we are so blessed to have gotten to have you on the board for 2 years, Gary. Thank you. Well, we have one more to do, but he's watching on a stream. So if you want to be seated and enjoy. Absolutely. Are you sure? Okay. I'm going to ask the board if it's okay. Kylie, I think Rhett texted me that they're good online watching, so I think we're good. We were going to FaceTime. We weren't sure our internet was going to hold up because we've had some intermittent issues for the last few days. We have some public comment cards that I believe are specifically to address Mr. Bender. So if it's okay, I would like to do what I have and then let those people come up and everybody, so that he has that time to hear everybody at the same time instead of the normal agenda items. Yeah, you're welcome to sit, and if you want to come back up to speak, you can. Either way, you can stay here, Rick. I'll always take the, okay. Mr. Bender was born in Needles during World War II, the son of a Santa Fe railroad conductor, which is why he originally worked for the railroad. Maybe, I have to believe. And a mom who kept the Bender boys in line. And based on the stories, that was no easy task. He played football and basketball and baseball on all CIF championship teams in high school. When he was a senior, the Helms Athletic Foundation named Bender as one of the top 33 football players in Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties. That's a big deal. He also earned a football scholarship to Northern Arizona University, where his bachelor's and master's degree were earned in 5.5 years. Mr. Bender worked at Victor Valley High School for 2 years. We don't hold that against him. It was before we were a unified school district, and many people got their start at Victor Union. He also coached football at VVHS, and the team went to CIF finals. In 1967, he was hired to teach and coach at the newly opened Apple Valley High School. I wasn't yet born, and I'm the oldest on cabinet. So I was close to that, but I have to say that's quite an endeavor that he's still sitting here on the board as support. Mr. Bender taught at Apple Valley High School for 30 years before finishing out his teaching career at Granite Hills High School. He spent 10 years after the school opened. Being part of the original staff for both high schools before retiring in 2008, and after serving as an educator in the district for 42 years. That is incredible. In total, Mr. Bender has dedicated 58 years to the Apple Valley community and the Victor Valley, to the families, the students, and everybody that he came in contact with. You've heard me say before that if you're in public with Mr. Bender, everyone knows him. And they don't just know him, they have a story. And those stories define the man. And I'll pause right there and say that we asked for stories. Zoe posted and gathered information from community members and past students. And they're putting it to this book with the people's names. And he will have that. We'll get that to him tomorrow or later tonight. I have to say, there's a snake story that he talked about often. And it's referenced a couple times in the different writings. And there's actually a picture of the snake that the kids put in his desk. So I'm pretty amazed. We give Zoe a lot of credit for discovering some things. But this book is a gem. Mr. Bender was elected to the Apple Valley Unified Board of Trustees in 2008, serving Area 3. He's been a presence in all of our lives for decades. And there are more stories to tell than are humanly possible. He is proud of the service he has provided to our community for the past 58 years. I'm sure that there is no count of number of shoes, food, things that he provided to students and never wanted them to know. He's worked with many families, and in most cases, it's generational. He taught the parent, and he taught their child. And I'm sure in some cases there's a grandparent that is also aligned in that group. And while he is proud of all of the service that he has provided, he is most proud of his children, Denny, Dion, Donnie, Rhett, and Allison. And I'm emotional because when you talk to the man, that's his favorite topic. Well, until the grandchildren came. Sorry, guys. He loves his children and their spouses, but he adores the grandchildren. There are random photos that get sent by text message, just a picture, and I have to have no comment because we know what it is. It's his grandchildren. A variety of them, pictures of fish that his grandsons have caught, pictures of the new grandbaby named after his brother who passed, Adrian. Just a variety of wonderful things that he sends in text messages. His family is everything to him, and over the years, we have all become part of his heart and ours. We are sad he cannot be here in person this evening, but I know he's watching. We will pause this celebration, and he is watching. I've got confirmation. His son texted me, so they said the stream was working great. But we are pausing this at the end, and we will extend an invitation when he is ready to have a public meeting because he wants to see people face to face. He wants to hear the stories, he wants to tell the stories, and he wants to hug people. Several months ago, he gave me a copy of an envelope, but it had 2 sticky notes on it. So it's a copy and it's color copied. And it's something that his mother used to say, and it's in her writing. And so it lives on my bulletin board, and I have it in my office as a reminder. And these are the things it says. Zoe, don't cry. Zoe, come on. Be strong here. Be grateful for today. No one is ever promised tomorrow. And the other one that I believe we should always use as our lens is that everyone in the world, it has a burden. It isn't the burden that is important, it's how you carry it. And so, I hope that we all think of Mr. Bender and all the wonderful things he has done over the years. And you're going to hear some other stories. I think there's some other neat announcements that Mr. Bender is not ready for. Didn't know, there's some surprises tonight. And this is his plaque that he will lovingly hold on to. We know he's got all of the board president ones from over the years, and we will make sure he has this and can enjoy it as well.
We love you, Mr. Bender.
Well, Trinae has really covered a lot of it, but I know that Dennis is an icon in the community. When I went to high school in 1977 in Apple Valley, he was teaching, I think, Anita, you were there around the same time, maybe a year after before. And then I actually didn't have Dennis as a teacher, but I was really aware about him. And then in the 2000s, both my sons had him as a teacher as well. And, you know, I can go on and on about stories about Dennis, but he is very proud of his very successful children. I mean, this guy has, his sons and his daughters are very successful. But what's going to be missed most about Dennis on this board is his humor. We would be back in closed session for hours and hours at a time, and we're talking about something, not too exciting. And Dennis would come up with a story all of a sudden about Needles, California, or shooting guns behind Apple Valley High School in the 70s, or burning down the Tules at the Colorado River, and just where he got these stories from, I don't know. But it was really made being on this board a great time. And he's going to be so missed. And I don't, there's so much to say about Dennis, but he is definitely an icon. And I got involved with politics in Apple Valley in the early 2000s, and I remember going to a fundraiser for Dennis at Chris Hitt's ranch or house up off of Wallu when Dennis was first running for school board. And I kid you not, there was at least 1,000 people at this fundraiser. And this guy was so well known by everybody, like Trinae said, grandparents, parents. And this man could have run for any public office in the high desert and won hands down, but he chose to stay in education, which is very telling of what the man did. And he's truly an honorable man. So I'll leave it at that for tonight, and we'll see him at the next one. Thank you.
All right. So that we don't miss anybody, we're going to start by hearing public comments. Anita Talker.
I really
Mr.
want.
Bender, one second.
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Bender, will you please remain? There are people still having conversations about you.
We don't want him to disconnect from the meeting. Oh, okay. I really want to take this opportunity to give a great debt of gratitude and thanks to Mr. Bender. As Rick said, I was at Apple Valley when he was there, and there were many stories. He taught summer school, history. I took it during the year, so I never was fortunate enough to have Mr. Bender, but he was very beloved, and he was an amazing history teacher. And as a history teacher myself, I owe so much to our history teachers that we had. And for someone to dedicate 58 years of their life to the children and community and school district, that's amazing. And I have something for him. And Mr. Arce, also I want to say thank you. You've dedicated over 30 years to this community and given so much to the students and community, and thank you as well.
Renee Longshore.
Good evening, Mr. Bender. I really wish I could look you in the face because I've heard so much about you. I just wanted to say a few words as the person who's looking to occupy your seat next. You're a legend. Your heart for this community is evident. You led with it. As I canvassed, I heard stories retold with such admiration and concern. They were not going to vote for me because they wanted you in that seat. I'm sure you can imagine the heartache as I told them you were retiring. My hope is that I can accomplish even just half of what you were able to do. The lives of the people in our community, district, and beyond were better because you were there. Thank you.
Chris Nunez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Nunez, and it is my great pleasure to be here this evening on behalf of the Victor Valley College Foundation. Tonight, I am here for one reason, and that is for Bender. It is my great pleasure to make this announcement that on February 25th, 2025, Dennis Bender will be recognized at the Alumni Hall of Fame and Distinguished Service Awards and be honored with the Distinguished Service and Education Award for his countless years of service. He was nominated and supported by countless letters and folks from the community that makes up former students like myself, community members, countless mentees, and friends and family. So we want to thank you and hope you all will celebrate with us. Congratulations, Bender, and we can't wait to celebrate with you and hope you all will join us. Thank you.
Chris, what's the date on that? What's the date? At the college?
Yes, this will take place February 22nd on 2025 at the brand new Educational Events Center at Victor Valley College. You can check out the VVC Foundation website to see tickets and see more honorary videos for Dennis Bender that we'll be putting together of his friends and family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah.
How can we top that? And E1, first interim presentation by Mr. Schulenberg.
Dennis, this is when you go, you shut off the feed, right? Right?
Do you want to let all the kids go home
Yeah.
too, and anybody
Yeah.
that wants to leave?
Yeah, this is.
Because I always clear a room.
You guys can go. You
The
guys
kids can go now. Thank you very much for the
Thanks.
students. Good night. We'll see you next week. They won't be here next week. Oh, okay.
As soon as the bean comes, it goes.
This is when Dennis will say that. Yeah. This is exactly when Dennis will start saying they need to go. We need to cut it off. Yeah, Mr. Schulenberg.
Thank you, Ms. Okpara. I'm going to take a moment to grab the screen. If you don't mind, I'm going to remain at my seat for this presentation. Just to let the board know, each of you do have a copy of the first interim presentation at your place there. It's stapled together.
Okay.
Good. Okay, I'll go ahead and go. As Ms. Parr mentioned, this is the first interim report. The slides are on the screen behind you if you're in the audience. And again, board, you have a copy at your table. This particular report certifies the financial condition of the district as of our first interim. It's for the current year and the 2 subsequent years. So it's basically through June of 2027. Keep in mind, this is our financials as of October 31st. So this is a look back a couple months, a month and a half.
This is one of 2 required interim reports, and you'll see we have the multi-year projection that you'll see as part of the package reflects any adjustments based on closing last year's books, which I presented back in September. Posting of any carryover revenue and expenditures and any other revenue expenditure adjustments that we've encountered since adoption of our budget. There are 3 certifications possible. You'll see those there, positive, qualified, negative. I would like to point out, you'll see the qualified and negative certifications from 23 to 24 did rise significantly across the state of California. And that's due to declining enrollment, ending of federal ESSER funds, COVID relief funds, and other factors throughout the state. We will be filing a positive certification, so we are currently projecting that we will meet our financial obligations through June 30, 2027, and you'll see that in the multi-year projection. There are some caveats to that I will be sharing with you this evening. And we do use the state-adopted budget, the school services dartboard for COLA projections, the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools common message, and then the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, LCFF calculator, as do all the school districts across the state. So here's some of our assumptions compared from adopted to first interim in terms of our ADA, and I apologize, the print's small on this particular slide, but I wanted to squeeze a lot of information on there. If you look at the first 2 sections, funded ADA and first interim adjustments, we have made no adjustments to our ADA as of yet. Through October 31st, unfortunately, our enrollment was declining, but our ADA percentage, meaning the number of students that were attending school on a daily basis, was going up. So they kind of counteracted a little bit. We're seeing flat enrollment right now this year. We've kind of been hovering. We still are a little bit lower than last year. You see the trend down there on the bottom. Back in December of 2009, we had 13,749 kids enrolled in our district, and that 94.6 basically means that 94.6 of those kids showed up on a daily basis. And we were always around 94.5, 95, and then we had that horrible thing in 2020. I call it a glitch. We didn't get to measure some of our attendance percentages those 2 years, but we came back in 22. And I picked December just because we are in December, just to compare months. And you'll see our enrollment, unfortunately, did go down from the high in 2009. And our ADA yield also went down. And that did occur across the state of California after the glitch. We brought it back up a little bit in December 23 along with our enrollment. We recovered. Unfortunately, this year we are seeing a decline in enrollment, but an increase in our ADA, as I mentioned just a couple slides ago. The COLA, the cost of living adjustment, at adopted, we adopt the budget based on the May revision dartboard, and you'll see those estimates are actually, it's the actual for the current year, the 1.07% for this year. 25-26 was 2.93 and then a 3.08. You'll see we did make an adjustment at the first interim. And this is not based on a dartboard because we had the enacted budget dartboard that still had next year's COLA at 2.93. But unfortunately, the data points are coming in for the cost of living adjustment for next year, and they're coming in a little bit lower than 2.93. And that's why I have this slide here. We have some I call it the COLA wars. It's when we have some warring factions. We have the State Department of Finance, we have the Legislative Analyst's Office, we have FICMAT, we have San Bernardino County Common Message, and they're making some assumptions based on the data points that have been in so far and the economy. You look down on the bottom, the one piece of good news we have as a school district is the tax revenues at the state are trending higher than budget estimates, and that's a good thing. But the COLA is based on national data points, not California local data points. So although that revenue is good for us as a state and locally, it may not have a significant impact on what is called the statutory COLA. But we are using 2% in our multi-year projection for next year. And just to remind the board, at budget adoption, we assumed a 2.93%. So that's almost a 1% reduction in the cost of living adjustment for next year as we move forward. The assumptions for this year, of course, on the revenue side, the biggest is the ESSER funding is all gone. On the expenditure side, of course, we accommodate for step and column increases each year, any negotiated agreements, which we did have a salary agreement with our teachers union this year that was negotiated a couple years ago. And we also had a health and welfare enhancement, and that's from our previous experience with our dental reserve and the High Desert Trust. We did effectively cash out some of that reserve, and we negotiated a one-year enhancement to the health and welfare benefit for all our employee groups. That will go away as we move into 25-26. Of course, we have to budget for STRS and PERS contribution rates on the employer side, and we budget for our carryover expenses and our deferred revenue and restricted ending balance programs. For 25-26, you'll see we're using that 2%. That does give us a $3.1 million revenue bump in the LCFF calculator. But again, we're losing one-time monies or some of our short-term monies, I call them. And if you'll see the expenditures there. Point out a couple things. We do have no additional expenses for any negotiated agreements in 25-26 currently. We do have an assumed certificated attrition. We do have an assumed increased contribution to our restricted programs. And of course, we do have some line item expense reductions in our multi-year projection, currently totaling around $14 million. Line item expense reductions lacking specificity right now, but we're working through many details to see how we can reduce expenses moving forward. In 26-27, we're currently using the 3% COLA, which nets us an increase of about $6.5 million on our LCFF. And I should stop there, and I should remind everybody that the LCFF has a lot of components to it. It has the base grant, it has grade span adjustment funding, it has supplemental and concentration grant funding, it has a transportation add-on, it has a transitional kindergarten add-on, and that 6.4 is inclusive of all those pieces. Some that come with strings, some that don't. So that's not all money that is free to use however we want. Expenditures, again, we do have the step and column increases, the projected STRS and PERS contributions, and very consistent assumptions on the expenditure side relative to 25-26. So this just compares the revenue side of our budget adopted to first interim. You'll see our LCFF, about a $700,000 change on $184 million. So not significant, but unfortunately down a little bit based on some revised assumptions. Our federal revenues went up. That's basically a result of posting carryover in what's called the deferred revenue program. Other state revenue, also an increase in deferred revenue programs, and then some local revenue. So our revenues did see an increase coming up from adopted to first interim. Unfortunately, a lot of those revenues also come with expenses, so you'll see an increase in expenditures to match some of those revenues in the deferred revenue programs. You'll see not a significant change in the first three categories. You'll hear some people call them the 1s, 2s, and 3s. That's all of our people. That's our certificated salaries, our classified salaries, and our employee benefits. Books and supplies, you'll see we did increase our expenditures there. We're currently running an analysis to break down where those expenditures, where all that occurred, so we could explain that in some detail. And also in our service and operations, you'll see an increase. So we're going to break that down and explain that in detail. That's not a part of this evening's presentation, but that's some information that we are mining to share with the board and our budget committee and our bargaining groups during our employee relation days. Again, that just that's another summary slide. Adopted versus first interim. You'll see when we adopted the budget, we were estimating an ending fund balance of about 9.7. We were estimating an ending fund balance at about 10.2, which does allow us to meet our 3% required reserve in the current year. And here is the first slide of our multi-year projection. This is the unrestricted side of the budget, primarily LCFF funding, but there is some state funding that falls into this category also. You'll see our revenues, the increase each year, that's reflected of the LCFF calculator, and the increase each year that is due to the COLA and also our ADA projections. Our expenditures, based on the best we can estimate, you'll see the difference between 24-25 and 25-26, 165 to 152. That's reflective of those line item reductions, mainly on the unrestricted side of the budget that I had mentioned early, that we're working through to identify some details for those. There are contributions there, the net contributions, 41.6. That is unrestricted funding that is contributed to the restricted side of the budget to support restricted programs. Primarily, that's supporting the programs that support our students with special needs. And we also have our routine restricted maintenance program, which we make a required contribution each year. And you'll see the excess deficiency and, of course, the effect on the ending fund balance throughout the years. But in 26-27, using those current assumptions, we're estimating that will be just under 10 million, which does allow us to meet our 3% reserve in 27, hence filing a positive certification. This is the restricted side of the budget. And you'll see there a very high expenditure estimate this year. That is the expensing of all the final one-time money that flowed. It's all gone. And you'll see our revenues and our expenditures on the restricted side normalize in the 25, 26, 26, 27 school year. And you'll see the the contribution there. It's black on this side because it's money flowing into the restricted side of the budget to support those restricted programs. And we are assuming as of October 31st that all of our restricted program funds will be spent during this year. That's why you see in 24-25, you see a deficiency of almost $18 million, which gets us an ending fund balance of 2. I talked to my director of fiscal service and I said, why 2? And she said, it was a rounding issue. So we fix it the next year and we round down 2 more. But that's just what we're assuming at this point. Will that actually happen? Most likely not. We most likely will still have some restricted ending balance funds when we close the books, which will move into the 25-26 year. Doesn't come with more revenue, but the expenses will post to spend down that ending fund balance in either the 25-26 or 26-7 year or subsequent years. So this slide merely takes those last 2 and throws them together. So unrestricted, restricted, and this is the combined slide. I'll just let you look at that for a minute. Let's just, again, combines the last 2. Some highlights and concerns. Of course, January is coming up and Governor Newsom will propose the state budget for the 25-26 school year. Again, I mentioned earlier, the state revenues are looking good right now. They're trending higher than projections, and we'll see what Governor Newsom has in store for us, how to use those funds. Our continuing enrollment ADA trend, again, we're monitoring that closely. Enrollment, unfortunately, we're trending down, but ADA is up. We also did enlist the services of a demographer to assist us with some resident and enrollment projections moving forward so we can make some accurate estimates of how many kids we're going to have at our schools in each one of our grades for staffing in future years. And the COLA, I'll just mention that again, the estimates ranging from 1.8 to 2.4. The LAO, and I put the LAO on there, that's the Legislative Analyst's Office. They're a nonpartisan office up in Sacramento. They do not work for the governor like the Department of Finance folks. And the LAO typically is known to be a little more conservative than the governor and the Department of Finance. And the fact that they're estimating a 2.46 as the more conservative entity typically gives us some hope, although hope is not a strategy. It gives us some hope that the COLA may come in a little bit higher, or the state may choose to fund a COLA a little bit higher than the statutory based on those increased revenues that are coming in. But we will find out much more when we get into next month. And these are just our budget milestones coming up again. The January, we do a second interim, which are our financials as of January 31st. So we'll update our assumptions and I'll be presenting that to the board in March. And then we'll wait for the governor's May revision as we work towards our closing our books, or actually our estimated actuals in preparation for the 25-26 budget year. And then we adopt, and then we adjust, and then we close last year's books, which then will bring us to this point. 12 months from now. Any questions that I can address? Thank you. Thank you. No, you have a question?
I do.
Yes.
I thought you were thanking me for a question.
Oh, thank
I was
you.
like, you haven't heard the question.
Okay.
On our ending fund balance projected for 26-27 was the number just under 10 million, which gives us our positive rating because it's over 3%. Does that meet our board policy percentage?
No, it does not. Our board policy percentage is 5.
Right. I didn't do the math. So it does not meet the 5%.
It does not meet the 5%. The
Okay.
5%, we'd have to look at the expenditures and transfers out. So I'm looking at about 238 million plus, I'm going to round that to about 241 million. So 5% of 241 million is, I'm going to round it to about 12 million for a 5% ending fund balance. So we do have a ways to get there to meet our board policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And based on that question, if we stayed with that 3%, how long will 3% hold this district in the event that there's no funds coming in? What is that 3% going to do for us?
About a week and a half of operating costs.
Okay. Because I think that's always important, because every time you turn around, you're hearing people saying you're putting away more than you need to put away. And until we can actually put it in terms of what it's really going to do with the 3%, that the 3% will affect a lot of things to be able to run a district this size. So we need to start thinking in terms of getting to a place where we can at least keep the lights on and pay some of our employees, or all of our employees, for at a minimum 1 month until we can figure out what the government is going to do. So that's very important that we keep the 5% in mind, even though we know that the state requires that we do 3%, and the board has said we need to do 5%. That when we have this type of reporting, that we report that this is what the state says, but we're not nowhere near the district's requirement.
We have a ways to go to meet our board policy, and there are many individuals in the state, school services and FCMAT, that do make recommendations to school districts about their ending fund balance, and you will see out there in print that it is recommended to have approximately a 17% unrestricted ending fund balance, because that typically equates to about 2 months worth of expenditures. Now, we're not worried at this point, thank goodness, that the money will stop flowing to Apple Valley and other school districts. The state is making the cash payments to us, but what the state has done in the past and may do in the future in recessions is they do what's called deferrals. And that's more of a cash flow mechanism. But one thing about having a healthy ending fund balance of 5, 10, or 17% as recommended, it allows you to have that cash in the bank. So when the state doesn't give us our cash that they're supposed to, we can still make payroll and pay our bills until the state makes those payments to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you happen to recall, and I was trying to pull it up, but approximately what the percentage, I don't need the number, of our ending fund balance for 23-24?
I do not recall. Okay. I apologize, and I do not have our unaudited actuals with me. Yes, I apologize.
You might know it off.
I don't have that, but I can certainly look at some prior year data and provide the board with a history of our ending fund balance over the last few years.
Thank you. I'm 2 years in. I feel like I'm starting to finally understand.
Yeah. Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We have no additional comments.
Yes or no? She said no. I gotta understand this English. It's a little different. Board comments. Amanda Buchanan. Gary R.C. Rick Raleigh?
No.
Maria? None. Trinae?
I would like
Nelson?
to propose to the board that our next board meeting, the 19th, that we post it as a beginning time of 6 PM instead of 5. We have a shorter closed session, but we also have students attending from our elementary schools to present. Harder to change the 7 o'clock return time from closed. And if the board agrees, I just need consensus that you're okay with that, and we'll post it as a 6 PM and get every information out.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Sounds like a winner. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn to a public meeting of the Apple Valley Unified District Public Facilities Corporation for a new business as deemed necessary.
I'll move.
I'll second. All in favor? Mr. Arcee?
Public Facilities Corporation, meeting begins. Roll call, Gary Arcee, here. Rick Raleigh.
Here.
Maria Opara.
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Action items number 1, approve resolution number 2425-09, resolution of the Board of Directors of the Apple Valley Unified School District Public Facilities Corporation, approving a lease purchase agreement and certain other documents with the Apple Valley Unified School District. And Mr. Schulenberg, I believe you have an update regarding some of the attachments specifically related to item H.1 that will also apply to 1.5. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Arcee. I wanted to bring to the board's attention, and you do have a copy at your place. You'll see it's 2 pages stapled together. You'll see a small red line in section 5.4 on the bottom of the first page. And I just want to make sure everybody can locate that. Great. This is out of our lease purchase agreement, one of the attachments that would be that the board would give me direction to execute with our Public Facilities Corporation and the AVUSD Board of Trustees. But after the agenda was posted, we did discover a discrepancy in the casualty insurance section. The original lease asked us to include extended coverage due to riot, aircraft, and earthquake coverage, but those 3 coverages are specifically excluded in our memorandum of coverage with our casualty, our property carrier. So our bond counsel for this transaction was able to negotiate with the lender, Webster Bank, and they agreed to remove those coverages. Hence, you'll see the red line. The second page of that stapled packet is just the black line version. So that is the lease purchase agreement that will be executed if the board does approve the resolution this evening in this particular item, and then again in item I-5 as the regular Board of Trustees.
So I need a motion to accept resolution number 2425-09. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second?
I'll second.
Any discussion or questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Okay, my question actually is to do with the entire packet. Yeah, as I was reading it, it has on section 4.4 of the packet you gave us, and it was the interest rate. And as I was reading through the entire packet of 20-something pages or more, I noticed that there was a lease option that has a blank % per annum. And I was a little bit uncomfortable, so I wanted to find out why we left that percentage of the interest rate blank.
Thank you. That's a great question. This particular transaction, the interest rate is effective as of the date of close. So the date of close has not reached here yet, so we don't know the actual interest rate. It's projected to be about 4.67% at this point, but that was not available to put in the documents because we have not closed the transaction yet.
So the close of the transaction will be when the board approves it, then we are ready to go.
The actual
Correct.
close of the transaction is currently scheduled to be December 19th. The Board of the Public Facilities Corporation just approved the resolution. So that gives me the direction to execute this lease agreement with the Board of Trustees of the school district, which the Board of Trustees of the school district will be considering the similar resolution under item H5 under discussion, I'm sorry, I5 under the discussion action. And once that resolution is approved, myself will be signing on behalf of the district, and Mr. Raleigh will be signing on behalf of the Public Facilities Corporation. And we'll execute the transaction.
Thank you very much. All
Any
right.
other discussion or questions? So we have a motion to move it. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Therefore, since this vote is completed, it is recommended that the Board of Directors adjourn the meeting of the Public Facilities Corporation and reconvene the regular meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees. Time is now 8:58.
Thank you. We hereby convene the regular meeting. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approve the recommendation for requested leaves as noted. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Approve the agreement with Carelon Behavioral Health and the California Department of Health Care Services. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve the recommendation of administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion case number 6, 2024, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case number 7. I need a motion.
Move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Expulsion case, all in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case number 8, 2024, 2025. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? There's no change?
Yes, we have changes on 9, so,
Okay.
no, not on this one, but on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Expulsion case number 9, 2024, 20.
Yeah, we didn't.
I need a
vote.
vote. All in
Yeah.
favor?
Aye.
That was
Any
8,
opposed?
correct?
That's an 8.
Yeah.
Then we go to 9, expulsion case number 9, 2024, 2025. I need a motion.
We have a amendment, so let me read that. So on expulsion case number 9, the amended hearing panel recommends to the subject to be expelled to San Bernardino County Schools, Community School for 1 year from the date on board action. The student is to complete terms and conditions at the rehabilitation plan by December 12th, 2025. Now, Pat, I noticed on there, on your notes, it's January 6th, so do we change, is it
That's only for admit 2,
for which one?
AD2.
Oh, AD2. Okay.
December 12th, 2025 will be the date for number 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So we need a
Any discussion?
motion to
Need a
approve.
motion.
Oh, he read it.
I'll move it. Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, go into the next one. Expulsion case number 12, 2020.
Number 10.
Why do I have 10?
It's 10, because it is 10.
Oh, 10.
Okay, so the panel recommends, the hearing panel recommendations to read to be expelled to San Bernardino County Schools, Community School for 1 year from the date at board action. The student is to complete the terms and conditions of the rehabilitation plan prior to December 12th, 2025. I'll move that item.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Expulsion case number 11.
Okay, we have a change on that as well. Expulsion number 11, 24, 25 to be expelled to San Bernardino County Schools, community schools for 1 year from the date of board action. The student is to complete the terms and conditions to the rehabilitation plan prior to December 12, 2025, and I will also move that item.
I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case number 12.
Again, we have a change to the recommendation. The recommendation on expulsion number 12, 24, 25 to be expelled to San Bernardino County Schools, community school for 1 year from the date of board action. The student is to complete the terms and conditions of the rehabilitation plan prior to December 12, 2025, and I'll move it.
I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Admission case AD number 2, 2024-2025.
Okay, we have a change on that. This will be the final one here, and on AD 2-24-25 to be admitted to the schools of Apple Valley District. Student will be placed at the High Desert Premier Academy for 2024-25 spring semester, effective on January 6th, 2025. And
I need a motion.
I'll move that item as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case number 13, 2021-2022. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 5, approve resolution number 2425-08, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Apple Valley Unified School District authorizing the execution and delivery of documents relating to the sale and delivery of a lease purchase agreement and authorizing and directing certain actions in connection therewith. Mr. Schulenberg, I understand you have an update to provide. We've done this.
Twilight Zone.
Are
Thank
gonna
you,
do another
Madam
one?
President. This is the same lease
Update.
purchase agreement as discussed earlier. I wanted to get it in the minutes. That's it. It's in both sections. It was considered by the Public Facilities Corporation and approved earlier. And this is the same amended lease agreement to be considered by the Board of Trustees in this particular item.
Okay. I need a-
Removing those coverages as I mentioned earlier.
Okay. I need a motion.
Move it.
I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item J. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. Consent items to be approved in one motion are 1 through 24.
I'll move that we approve items on the consent 1 through 24.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That sounds like a bender day. Do we have any future items? Any member of the board have any future items?
I would like to agendize in the future, it doesn't have to be next meeting, but maybe in the next month or two, a process for how it's done in the past and how we do it in the future on the naming of the stadium that will be under construction at Granite Hills.
And I'd like to propose that we have a discussion regarding the charter school update that I mentioned during my public comments coming from the CSBA Education Conference.
And just a point on that, you attended it, Mr. Schlosser attended, and I believe one of the new trustees, yes, has attended it. There was a group that was presenting that we can join as a chartering district, a district that charters schools and has oversight. And so we have joined that so that we can have their input as well. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware that that has happened, but we will get information.
Well, next board meeting day is Thursday, December 19th at 6 p.m. I just noticed, 6 p.m. Educational Support Center, Conference Room A. I would like at this time to have Anita Tucker and Renee Longshore to join me at the podium. Where's the pledge? Where's it? Oh. Okay. Raise your right hand so that I can administer the oath of office. I state your name.
Anita Tucker,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
I do.
Go ahead. You say the same.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
Against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign or domestic,
foreign or domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation
I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
You gotta wait, we gotta take a picture with the full board. I have my, I don't know, the check. Hold this one because. Okay. Will you please raise your hand so that I can administer the oath of office? I state your name.
I, Renee Longshore,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign or domestic,
against all enemies, foreign or domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Indeed. Mrs. Tucker and Mrs. Longshaw's term and service as a member of the Apple Valley Board of Trustees will begin on December 13, 2024, upon the conclusion of their predecessor's service. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting to be adjourned. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Now, you guys can come up.
Oh, boy.